Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. All right. So I'm back to streaming, hopefully, in a regular cadence. I'll try to set a schedule, but I'm terrible at that. Ad hoc, spontaneous. I don't like being beholded or whatever to a schedule, but it is what it is. I need to do it because again, that helps. But what I'm trying to do today is going to be the all over. All right. I am going to be recreating the Parasite Eve 1 battle system in Unity 3D. So I kind of did that before, but now I'm going to kind of come back to it from a fresh slate. It's been over a year since I've streamed really seriously. Um, so what I'm starting with is just this level and my fog asset in there. So I kind of got a creepy vibe and a couple monster models. I'm going to start fresh with the scripts, with character controllers, all that. I thought about making it to where it could be a generic enough to where I could not require any paid assets for stuff, but I don't think I want to make this like an asset that I distribute. So I'm going to do it in a way that I want to do it, and it's leveraging Malware's animals or animations and character controllers and animal controllers. Character controller. So that's going to be one of the big differences and reasons why it won't just be like an asset I can distribute freely. I'm I'm still on the fence about that, but let's go ahead and get started on it. So let me pull up my research. Download this. Give me just a second. So here is the plan prior to uh, the Malware integration, and then I'm going to also. Oh shit! I guess this will help. I am so bad at this. Got to get back into the groove here. It's been so long. All right, now here is the modified project plan to integrate with Smallverse. Deconstructing the compiling matrix. So I think my old scripts in here, I kind of shoved them to the side, but I'm actually gonna remove these guys, so let me do that. All right. There we go. So let's get rid of this stuff. I'm going to strip it down to just some of the core components. I remember there being a game UI thing. Hold on. I saw this site a while back. I'm curious if it's gonna be helpful. Of course, it doesn't have it. But what this is kind of a database of game UI stuff and kind of lets you see different video games UIs, color palettes, and all that. I was hoping it went back into the PlayStation 1, but it doesn't look like it. So, cool website, but I don't think it's going to give me access to what I want. So I'm going to Parasite Eve UI elements. Just, I want to get some frame of reference. Open link, new tab, no, open link, image. So here's like the P list. Here we can see the battle kind of UI. Let's open that new tab. As you can see, I've kind of already recreated that UI element here. Mine's a little different, but it's there. And right, and then I already have a sphere that I can use. Now, wonder how. I'll go look at these old scripts real quick because I already had the. Where is it? Projectile range. Draw line, target manager. That's a very in-depth thing. All right, so first, I want to get it to where this guy is rendering like I would want it to be. Because it is the icosphere or isosphere or whatever. It's kind of one-to-one. Can't remember. There it is. All right, so I have a material here that I'm going to super systems wire transparent. That looks great. Like it's just perfect. Let's see. So you're going to see it rotating sort of like in game. That's probably too much. I need to go into Blender and adjust the transforms, apply scale and transforms, because that way I don't have to scale it up 300. I can scale it 1, 2, 3. So that's a scaling issue from because I got this from Blender. But that is going to be this little wireframe here. Let's see here. I'm going to watch a video just to give you an idea of what I'm going after.
Hello again, folks, and welcome back to Let's Play Parasite. I'm your Game Master Darius. Last we left off, we just came off of the freaking hospital.
I love those sounds.
It was not a fun situation.
Alright, let's get into combat. Okay, there we go. So it's gonna expand out and then start rotating from the character. And then this UI element is going to render in from screen space to a world position that is, I'm going to take the world position of the center of the character model and convert it to screen space. That way I can get this screen space coordinate and this screen space coordinate to line up with a line like that. Okay, cool. I don't know, I may try to do this without Mulbers. No, I want Mulbers. Much better. All right, so let's go ahead and create our character classes. Counter trigger. Target sphere FX. So I think the first thing is, let's just get the Mulbers controller in here. And that is a very powerful character controller. I'm going to stop this scene. I'm going to reapply that material to this guy. Let's save it. Now let's go to here and make sure I haven't broken anything, because I did upgrade Unity to the latest 6.0. So you got Unity AI, which I haven't used yet. I don't know that I'm going to lean on that too much. I prefer leveraging Gemini or ChatGPT, or preferably local models that I'm running on my GPU. But I'm interested and I want to see what all it can do. So let's see what this is about too. Actually, let's start off and see how it does in the design space when I feed it in my project plan. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so now AI is enabled, it looks like. Okay. Probably don't need that over here. I don't really want to use their cloud crap, but I guess I got to for this. And again, another reason why I would leverage local AI. So again, I don't know. I'm just resistant to using those. I am in ZZ top mode. I have to explain on stream. So my prescription glasses I lost on the East Coast when I was working out there last month. And now this is the only prescription glasses that I have. And it also hides how tired I am. How's it going, man? If you want to hop, well, I'm gonna work kind of work towards this, and then maybe I'll hop into a Discord chat and we can chat some more today. But I'm gonna try to grind away real quick. So let's make sure that Maulers is good. Human Playground 1, holsters. Forest. Let's check this out. I love this animal controller. Like, it is so good for quadrupeds and like flying and dragons and stuff. What the hell? Okay. Wolf power. So this is just a very well polished. Look at that. It's got mantling out the gate. And this is why I'm not going to roll my own character controller. It's hundreds, thousands of hours to even get to this level of polish. So let's not. Assassin's Creed. Let's see what that's about. Gotta track them meats, man. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. And again, just the level of polish this controller has out the gate is amazing. So I'm gonna definitely leverage it. The jump feels floaty to me. I'm gonna dial that back. I may disable the jump. Well, it just depends. I think jumping would add a crazy cool dynamic to the Parasite Eve kind of combat system. You know, like you could jump over enemies, or if they, yeah, I think I'll keep it in. We'll see. God, that's trippy. I'm in my boxers. That's awkward. The camera didn't roll like I would hope, but so is IK enabled here? Looks like it is for the feet. So I'm seeing just kind of kicking the tires here on what's going on. Actually, I don't think IK is enabled. Did you see the, well, yeah, it's not. Because he's kind of, it's all or nothing to the ledge. I'm sure I can enable that, but again, not super important. That's polish for later. Finally, some clothes. Need to collect. Flintlock. And pirate combat. All right. So this is the character. Oh, that's sweet. I like the auto put away. That is very sweet. Now it looks like the UI elements down here. It's probably just because I'm so small, but yeah, there's overlapping right there. It's again, those aren't UI elements that are going to stay around, so I don't really care. 1, 2. You can change the speed. I don't feel it any different. Strafing, oh, very nice. So Parasite Eve traditionally was like over the top, kind of like this, but I may go for your over the shoulder more approach here. How do I get my gun back out? I like that roll. All right, let's see here. I am totally out of stamina. All right. No, I'm just going to keep finding the demo scenes. Like what external? Let's see what this means. I think this is official integrations, documentation. I've all set up how to and how to input and combo manager. Does it have IK? I thought this had IK baked in from the get-go. Could be wrong. I shouldn't be worrying about IK, but you know. Oh, sweet. So this IK is actually beyond just the feet placement. It's also hand and very cool. Yeah. Again, I love this controller. I know Invector way better, but this one has come such a long way, and it covers animals too. So I can use it for the monsters. I can use it for a companion pet, maybe, and stuff like that. So awesome. Okay, so we'll worry about IK later. Oops. Requires a reference to the animal controller the character is using. Make sure the reference is set properly. Each IK processor set, maybe set the target. So I try to roll my own IK with Unity's rigging system, and it worked, but it's definitely not. Yeah, it is really covered. You got your Breath of the Wild climbing, you got your combat, you got your. I mean, it's just got everything out the gate, and I think it is more modern than Invector. Invector doesn't have controller support out the gate. So actually, let me connect a controller and see if we got, yep. So controller support, and Invector is stuck in the old, well, the last I checked, now they could have got it off, but it was on the old Unity input system. Whereas this one, obviously I'm working a controller out the gate, although the camera turning is crazy slow. I gotta fix that. And actually, doesn't appear. I bet you I don't have this fully enabled. So let's debug. Sorry, I'm gonna put that over here for now. We'll worry about controller support here in a bit. Fast weapons, external weapons. What is the difference? Actually, I want to start from the character controller that's set up for riding horses and all that. So let's find that one. Playground into controller. Does this one have animals? Yeah. I gotta get my Unity layout back to how I like it. I like to keep two project windows up, one that is single column and one that's not column. And then one of them I usually keep locked so I can like stay in this area. And then when I'm messing with stuff in the inspector, it will, this one will update. So that's kind of my rhythm. I'm going to put hierarchy down here too. Like, there we go. 4K monitor gives me a lot of wiggle room. The inspector is one of the most important windows that I just like to have it kind of front and center. Okay. Let's find the scene that has the animal controller. I love those bots, those Twitch bots and kick bots that say they're just terrible. Oh, do I not have... Is this not the one with the horse support? It can't be. You know what, before we get started, I'm just going to axe the controller completely and install it fresh. Just to make sure I got everything good to go. Because this was, I'm stripping down a project where I was doing this before, but I had it in a kind of broken state when I left it several months ago. So now this shall be my fresh one. Also, actually, I'm going to set up source control first. Get an LFS source control out the gate. Not going to play doing this right. That way I can go back. That's why I didn't have it in source control. This. $19 of $873. This is what I want right here, the writing system, I believe. Re-download it just to make sure everything's fresh, because I'm coming back after so long. It's imported into the project. Now I'm thinking about Why don't you use for help GPT? I think you are senior. So I've been programming since I was 11. I worked professionally since 2011, and I am actually leveraging AI to do a lot of my project planning and stuff. So here I use deep research reports to kind of give me a blueprint on how to deconstruct and recreate the Parasite Eve system. I love Google Gemini's deep research. It's kind of looks through, it really kind of lays stuff out and gives you kind of a starting path. And I can use this with agents. I can feed the project plan into the agents and kind of work from there. So you will be seeing me leverage AI pretty heavily, not for graphics or imagery or anything quite as much, but more for development and quick building with agents and stuff like that. So you will see me leveraging my workflow when it comes to AI. I prefer local AI, but I will be leveraging Copilot. I like to run my AIs on my GPU and run them all locally. But for this, I'll be using Copilot agents, and we'll see that here shortly. How you doing there, Corporally? Over in Kickland. Yeah, I freaking I really learned and leveraged a lot. I've been using AI on open source projects like Ultima Online to build new systems. I've been integrating proximity chat into Ultima Online, an MMO from 1997 earlier this year, before I had to leave to the East Coast for a while and stuff. Like I'm getting ready to give a lecture on AI at the University of British Columbia, one of the top rated colleges in the world. So I do a lot of work with AI, and I'm oh yeah, man, just drop questions. Anything you have, any questions you have, let me sling them at me. I love talking code, talking architecture, talking development, and hopefully here you can really kind of see how I hey thank you, man, appreciate a follow. Yeah, you can lean on me again. Join my Discord. I don't know if you got my LinkedIn. Let me drop the link tree. You can follow what I do. I just kind of ADHD dump in my Discord, but it's very developer focused and all that. I'll just give you an invite here. Yeah, I would love to help you kind of continue on and build up your development skills. Again, hopefully you can learn from what I do. But I've been through most everything, so if you got a question about anything when it comes to development, even your work or whatever, yeah, I'm more than happy to help. I love fucking chatting and getting to know people, so. Alrighty, so now we have a fresh instance of animal controller. That's why I didn't see it earlier. What is this? Why'd it go red? App writing only, Assassin's Creed. So this is the character controller I'm going to be leveraging. And again, as a developer, I'm not about reinventing the wheel. I'm not going to write a character controller from scratch. Morning, babe. I'm going to use an asset that has thousands of hours of polish and work behind it, so I can quickly get through my stuff and prototype. So this one has tons of features right out the gate. I don't have to. Oh no, magic. I gotta turn this controller off. I want keyboard. There we go. So it doesn't have dynamic controller switching. It doesn't appear. It can't switch from keyboard to mouse, or probably just not set up to do that. And I'll correct that. But I want to do keyboard and mouse for now. That way I don't have to keep switching. I will periodically switch over to controller to make sure everything's working good with it. Yeah, this is going to be leveraging the new input system. So my two favorite character controllers in Unity are Invector and Malbers. Invector, I've got the most time in. I really love it. But last time I was messing with it, it was still on the old input system. It may have got the new input system, but Malbers covers animals and stuff too. So I'm gonna start out with this one and work through it. It's definitely the new input system. So let's see here. All right. Have you done a lot of Unity development, or like what do you do day to day? I do a lot of factory pharmacy automation for a large Fortune 500 company. If you get your drugs in the mail, there's a good chance my code has helped get it to the door. I'm a big drug dealer. I just work in the medical pharmaceutical industry. I do a lot of automation of prescription filling, packing, and shipments. A lot of high-speed PLC programming too, like, high volume fillers where you got a pallet of stuff and like it fills up a bunch of prescriptions all at once. Really cool stuff. I enjoy it. It's fun. All right, so this is the one I'm going with. We'll get more into the logic of it, but what I want to do is port this into my scene. And actually, it might be smarter for me to copy this scene and make it my starting scene. I'll think on that. I got my fog and all that set up in the other one, but I can bring that over. Yeah, I do think I'm going to do that. So let's go ahead and hit File, Save As. Now, no, it's all good. Hopefully, I wish, again, with AI, like, I wish it could get like real-time translation, like you on your end could say, hey, this is my language, and you see, closed captions of what I'm saying in real time. I'm sure there's a product out there for that, but in my Unity projects, I usually do an underscore game folder, and that's where I kind of keep all my stuff. And then it's always at the top of the list if you put an underscore. And then, so here I'm going to save this scene as my sandbox. All right, so now we have an instance here, and we can start playing with it. I'm going to drag this scene into here so I can get my fog. So you can drag multiple scenes into your current scene, but this is the level I've been working with. It has the fog, and I'm going to bring over the fog. Better fog volume. It is a global post-processing asset that you apply here. Pretty awesome. I like it a lot. Let's make sure we don't already have a global volume. T colon. What is that called? There's an easy way to search for multiple volume. So type T colon will be type. So we only have one volume in this scene. I'm going to drag that up into here. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to bring these guys up because I don't want it to replicate that work. So I'm going to put it in the UI, main canvas. I'm going to create an empty game object in the canvas here for my go. Bring it up to mine. Now I got the UI elements that I've built. I don't want the level dust track. I don't think I need that. We're going to bring the sphere up. That's it. So now I'm going to remove this scene. Unload scene, don't save. Now we got our foggy fog. Creepy fogs. And again, this is the better fog asset from the Unity asset store. Really amazing for URP. I'm one of those guys that like I just don't use LinkedIn unless I'm job hunting. So my LinkedIn's pretty outdated, but let me I haven't logged into my LinkedIn in forever. It's like the meme about senior developers, like the LinkedIn is empty and their GitHub check-in is like empty because they don't know. I don't know. It's kind of a funny thing. I use it when I need it, but I don't get on LinkedIn ever, really, unless I'm job hunting. So if you see me updating my LinkedIn, that's a sign. But hop into the Discord and I'll send it to you. I don't want to drop that in the chat. And we can follow each other professionally. I need to update my LinkedIn anyway, so that's a good reminder. All right. We got our fog, we got our guy, we got our sphere. Let's get cracking on some code. So I'm trying to remember all the shortcuts. Control-Alt-F. You can select a game object, and then if you want to bring it into your current view, Control-Alt-F will do that. So, boom, like that. So I think I want this sphere to be on the player because it's going to be always spawning off the player. Let's see here. Rider, cowboy, fast weapons. So I don't want to be able to click on the environment. Don't want to click on that. Don't want to click on camera. Don't want to click on UI right now. Characters, Steve AI. Game stuff. I'm going to keep the global volume at the root of the scene for now, but I may move it. Rename this to player controller. Where do you hail from? Game Master B, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm in the US in the Midwest. If you can't tell by the twang in my voice. I was in Canada and a kindergarten teacher at a bar told me I sounded like a redneck, so just assume the rest of my life I sound like a redneck. All right. So we're going to put the sphere on the player. And again, so let me recap. If you guys aren't familiar with Parasite Eve, it's a PlayStation 1 video game that I love to death. Hey, B, what's up, man? How's it going? And this is what I'm kind of recreating, is this battle system here, because I really love it. So you can free roam, and then, man, do I want to do top down? I need to make that decision now. Am I gonna go with the top down or allow the over the shoulder third person? Oh, actually, top down. This system really is about top down. It would be weird. Now I could have it over the shoulder until it's your turn to attack and the sphere comes up, and then it goes to top down. But this is one of the Squaresoft's classic games from the PlayStation 1. I love the battle system, and there's really not a lot of there's no games that really leveraged it too much in the future. So I feel like it's a niche kind of thing, and I'd love to just recreate it. So we'll see what it do. But I am going to look at the top down real quick. Yep. Yeah, it is if you look up Parasite Eve retrospectives on YouTube, you'll see a lot of you can see kind of my goal and what I'm going for here with this system. And again, I'm just going to try to vibe code as much of it as I can this weekend, because for fun, but it is a serious thing too. But this is how I spend my time. I'm glad it's exciting to get back to streaming. I used to do this a lot, and then I quit like a year ago, and I'm back. I'm back at it. All right, let's check out the top down and see what's different here. Yeah, I do think I'm going to do the top down. Oops, sorry, horse. Oh, that's weird. Can't really aim the bow. That's not good. I mean, it's not. I'm sure I can get that working. But that would mean ranged. Let's pick up the gun and see if that's going to work top down. Yeah, unfortunately, the top down camera and range doesn't appear to be functional. Let me switch cams. See if this zoom in camera works. I think I'm gonna go for that survival horror vibe too. But it's gonna be it could end up being kind of a roguelike. The end state, I really don't have. I don't have like the world and the game idea totally fleshed out yet, but I do want to basically create the framework for the combat system and the character controller, and then I will start implementing those aspects. For now, it's just about creating the battle system and stuff. So I'll be talking through and thinking through what I actually like, the kind of game, the setting, the theme, the time, and all that as I go. And I do want to possibly make this co-op, like local co-op. So 2-player or 2 to 4-player Parasite Eve would be kind of cool, but that's on the back burner. I want to get the core systems working. Sadly, range combat doesn't appear to work in top down. Oh, we're flying. That's interesting. See if I can hit a target over here. I know there's a target. Oh, don't fly. All right. Oh yeah, this is a very, very clean, very polished character controller here, and I own so many animations, mocap animations, FBX animations, and stuff from asset packs or just bundles I bought off Humble Bundle. I actively amass game assets on just even if I don't need them, just in case I need them in the future. So I have thousands upon thousands of 3D animations for characters, especially humanoids. So these look good, but I may end up swapping them out for different ones that I have. But yeah, as this package comes out the box, really polished. The animations are good. Everything looks real good. Let's look at the documentation real quick. Let's see. Kind of sad the range combat isn't fully functional. Oh, aiming with gamepad. So maybe. Okay, so let's try it with the controller and see how that works. Yeah, this asset is the this guy here. I would add it to your wish list, try to catch it on sale. It's a really, really great character controller. It can handle all kinds of different animations for animals, humanoids, dragons, flying. It's got the Breath of the Wild like glider and climbing. It's just a very, very powerful character controller. I loves it. Okay, so interesting that mouse. It's still not great. It's like pointing at the ground too soon. Like it feels good over there. I can't get it to aim behind me now. I think it might be auto targeting. Sucks that that doesn't work, but I can make it work. Doesn't work like I want it to. Actually, yeah, I'm not gonna sweat that too much. because technically you're not going to be running around and aiming and firing in real time. Your turn will come up and then your combat sphere will come up, and then you can use ranged melee or magic or whatever systems I'm going to have. Throw it. There it is. Okay, so this works much better. So I can use this logic to get the bow and the guns to work better. All right, cool. All right. And I bet you, yeah, top down doesn't have all the climbing and all that stuff. See, this is where design wise, I need to make a decision on if I'm going to go for top down like the Parasite Eve was, or if I'm going to do over the shoulder. How do I want to do that? Cool, it's got a physics bridge. Nice. Yeah, again, this covers so many use cases. So the top down doesn't let me rotate the camera, although it looks like you can at the bottom right, it says. And maybe that's just a setting I need to turn on. Okay. Over the shoulder. I think I want over the shoulder. And then once your turn is up for combat, it can go top down. So weird. Can't control the angle, like the right stick isn't working. That could be on me. Camera input, air control, joystick movement smooths the character movement. Yeah, see, the mouse has got the camera, even though I'm on controller. I think. I bet you if I start off without the controller, it switches the camera rotation. It's just busted. Make sure I ain't got no error messages or anything going on here. That's not going to affect it. I don't remember having this many problems with the default scenes before. Let's do this. So the IK on this bow is bad. I need to fix that. But I don't even know if I'll use a bow. Oh, snap to target. Very sweet. It's so wild. It's even the controller is the UI is stuck on controller. All right, let's see how they handle that. Oh, a lot of stuff, but few things aren't working like I would expect them to right out the gate. And that could be because I'm on the latest and greatest Unity version and they aren't quite there yet. But let me find out why that is. It's a machine. By chance, important these errors in the third person file script. State are not getting active or pending. I want input. Input. If this gives me pain, I may actually go to Invector. Go back to what I'm comfortable with. I have more time in Invector for sure. When using the writing system, this component must be disabled, otherwise the animal will move as soon as you press any of the inputs. Gamepad connections. There we go. Let's see here. Hmm. Move value vector 2. Look value vector 2. Sprint button. I would hope they would have the automatic switching between gamepad and keyboard as you press stuff, but appears that is not there. Rider, cowboy, fast weapons. Let me see if there's a more polished scene. Maybe the Assassin's Creed one is kind of broken, demo scene wise. Oops, sorry, horse. 4, 5. Actually, I do think I'm going to stick with over the shoulder. What do you mean by inventory? Is there an actual inventory? It may just be that little 4, 5, 6 down there. Let's see. I could be more instantly effective with Invector, but I'm just kicking the tires here and I'm going to list all the things that I kind of think are issues that I need to address for stability of the character controller. And then we'll see. I'll make my decision on character controllers. So there we go. The UI switched automatically in this scene. There we go, much better. So there's different scenes, and there's an Assassin's Creed scene, and I think a lot of things are broken in that one, from what I can tell. Like right now, I can switch between keyboard and mouse. You see the UI change like you would expect, and I can go between keyboard and mouse fluently. So the Assassin's Creed style demo scene is set up for climbing, and you can do like Breath of the Wild climbing and stuff, but I don't need that for my project, and it's just kind of broken. I may actually email the asset author and let them know about that. He probably already does know, but. And this is why you kind of kick the tires on the assets and go through their demo scenes, because they always include a bunch of demo scenes. Let's see if top down. No, that's the same one. Probably gonna be broken. So I think we're going to work from the inventory scene. That's going to be our starting scene because it has more functionality that is working out the gate. Not that I couldn't get the Assassin's Creed scene working, but that's really just about the climbing walls and like stuff that I'm not going to actually have, or features I'm not going to use. So I think this one feels like it's good enough. I got keyboard and mouse control, pick up the controller, get over here, it's moving nice. Forget how you make them fly. There we go. That should fly better with the keyboard and mouse. This usually works way better. Yeah, again, like I said, it's certain things, again, it's not anyone's fault, but certain things don't work right. There we go. Again, I'm not going to be using this flying Pegasus, so. Basically, I'm just trying to find the best setup from the demo scenes that has everything configured and ready to go, because if you like look at the character controller, where do you go? There's just a lot of stuff and setup and all that, but this one feels good enough for the start. And again, I may not even use the horse riding at all, because it wasn't part of Parasite Eve either, but it would be cool to support. But again, that really comes down to if I'm going to use it or not. All right, so I'm going to delete the dev scene. Now this is a demo scene. I have my dev scene up here. I'm going to delete it and save this as my starting scene. Let's switch over to that. Now, and whenever you always save a copy of the demo scenes, you don't want to affect the demo scenes, so you can go back and reference them in the future if something's broken. It's kind of handy. This is kind of rule of thumb of mine. All right. So let's get our fog back. So this already has a global post processing. So what I'm going to do is come down here, copy this guy, copy settings, add it to this one, paste settings, and then I'm going to delete that guy. Want my sphere. I'm going to put the sphere in meshes. I think that's all I want from here for now. Oh yeah, my canvas. Create an empty object. Didn't do what I wanted. So this will be my custom UI elements that I'm going to make. I'm going to keep them isolated from the assets UI elements, not intermingle them so I don't overcomplicate things or break any of that. I'm going to come down here, systems, target manager. All right, let's take this scene out. All right, now we got our fog back. Make sure nothing's broken. I gotta disable that UI element that I've made. Most likely, I'm not going to leverage animal riding with this combat system, but it's there if I do want it. All right, so let's go 2D. Target cursor. I want this disabled by default. I believe that's good enough. Okay. Oops, sorry, horse. So let's start with the battle manager. Let's create our script. So if we go back to our design document, highlight all this. Give me a bullet list of steps to build out the battle manager. And finite state machine. Give me step-by-step instructions so Copilot agents will create the classes and logic. Update this list to better drive the agents. No. Yeah, whatever you get. More granular steps like create class X, add method X, etc. There we go. All right, now let's get to coding. So agents are kind of a thing or newer thing in Copilot, but they're still very, very amazing. And I'm going to try to leverage them to kind of get this first stab at stuff here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create one script and then open that up. Oh, I hate that script is now nested in a submenu like that. So call it Battle Manager. So let's create some logical folders here too while we're at it. So combat, it's UI, character controller, weapons, camera. It's probably good enough for now, but items, let's call it inventory. All right, so move this into combat. All right, so we have a blank character controller. I'm going to hit new chat window. So here's some tips and tricks on Copilot, like /solution will let you prompt against all the code, and you can ask questions like, where is the character movement logic, or how does it work? Where is the damage method? Like, where in Malbers does the player damage happen? So say you don't know where something is in the code, or you want it to explain the entire solution to you. This is a way to prompt against the entire code base inside of the Visual Studio. Now, I would do more targeted. Like I would actually target. Well, this isn't crazy yet, but this can get a list of projects here can get big. So you might, instead of doing solution, you can reference it to specific or project. So CS proj, but yeah. Anyways, so it found here is where the class is at, and it's telling me how it all works. So this is a great way to quickly find where logic is in another asset, or some stuff you haven't built. You didn't write the code and you want to better understand it. #solution is a great way to cross prompt, because right now if I do a prompt with just active document, it's going to really kind of focus in on this guy, and not the entire solution. So one thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to my battle manager script, and I'm going to switch over to agents. So here's all the tools the agents can do. Actually, I really should get source control set up first. I'm going to do that off stream. Or I may do it now. I don't know. Let me think on that. But let's go ahead and give this our project plan. So here, I've dumped that project plan from Gemini into here. It says, I want to work through this project plan. I'm going to go to enter. Let's see what it do. So here's Copilot agents working. So it says none of the current files are in the project. It's gonna go ahead and create the files. So it created game states, iCombatant, iAbility. And it's still working. So when you use agents, a really handy thing is it does a checkpoint before everything it does. So I can go back to before it did this, or I can undo or keep what it just did. So as you can see, it's already creating a bunch of scripts for me. They're all in combat, unfortunately. But so created to represent various states in the game's combat system. Define the structure for combatants, including properties and methods, the ability interface, the battle manager. It must have made its own battle manager. And we'll step through all these changes. So I'm going to keep all of them because it's really just all new code, fresh code. So I don't really need to review it because it's not changing existing code here. So now it's created all those files for me in one fell swoop. And now I'm just kind of step through and see what all we got here. So our battle manager has its singleton instance. It's got the active combatants. It will do the instance work on awake, or the singleton. Change state on state enter. Update current state expiration. Check for encounter triggers. Update all combatants. Action selection. Enemy turn. Okay. Cool. Here's our combatant. iCombatant interface. So stats. So I need to think about the stats class. So we'll come back to that. My ability interface, it has our use function. Change state. On trigger enter. Okay, good. Player class, we gotta create them stats again. Enemy class. Okay. Solid start. Saved me a lot of time and effort. Now But it's got that. Let's look at stats real quick. I'm probably going to come up with my own stat system, but I will. Pretty basic, honestly, if you think about it. Let me think here. I actually want to play or bring up Parasite Eve so I can get into the menus and stuff. So let's do that. Create a clip. I probably should just start off basic here with this. So another thing I like to do, because we have Gemini, so I'm going to go to the actual code files here. So show and explorer, and I'm going to type, and I want to give these to Gemini. Oops. Implement that. It's not creating the stats. I kind of hate that, but it's just a necessary evil. The underscore really makes it easier to get, keeps it at the top of my folder list inside of Unity. So I will take the good with the bad. All right, so let's just into Copilot, let it do it. That is a little too much to copy over. All right, so now I'm going to say that's why I love AI. I mean, I could handwrite all this stuff and all that, but it's just, oh man, it's so slick. There's no need to fucking carpal tunnel myself. Nope. Wrong. See, this is where this is not right. It went after Mabler's. Well, actually, maybe that's okay. I would like my code not to reference any of Mabler's code. I want it to work through a bridge or a facade or an adapter. That way, my logic stays isolated from them. But let me see what this did, and then I'll make that judgment. So, that's all it did. Max volume, set value. Yeah, I don't want this. So I'm going to undo it. Degenerate. Change the speed of degenerate. Let's read the documentation on the stats, see how feature rich or how deep they went with it. Float values. Yeah, so it's like that are used to identify attributes on animal and respond to their changes. They are managed on the stats component on a list of stat. Modify actions to the stats. Reduce by percent, increase by percent, multiplier, reset to max, enable, disable stat, immune. Great tool to modify several stats of a character is usually used with a trigger, enter component, or is can be connected to an event. Nice. It's a great tool to modify a static component attached to an object. Okay. Postgres method properties for static component you can call via script. Yeah, I do want to extend their system. So what we'll actually do is in the editor, let's go ahead and find our guy. What the hell did I just do? For now, we're going to comment this out just so I can come back to that. Comment that out for now too. Oh, this is what I don't like about being on the latest and greatest Unity is it could be some assets that I'm using are close to not being supported. But I can probably fix the better fog. Actually, let's go check on better fog. Maybe they've got an update for Unity 6. Unity 6 support, yep. This will probably break things, but it'll also get rid of all those compiler errors. Let's see here. Probably best to delete the asset and put it back. But we'll see. Yeah, I think I might do that. I'm gonna just blow it away and bring it back. I'm gonna go grab another drink though. I'm back. All right. So I'm gonna. Added on-off toggle for effect in scene view. Fix memory leak related to materials. Viewport rect support in Unity 6 Plus. Added object option to enable disable effect. Fix duplicate volume profiles showing in graphics. Let's see. I'm gonna not just delete it. I'm going to move it out and bring it back if I need to. So let's go here, paste it. I would like to start with a clean project with no warnings or anything, but we'll see if that is something I'll be able to do. Gonna get rid of Japanese Street also. All right, we are error free. So now I'm going to re-add it. That one or the ability. Damn. Yeah, that could. And you don't need that to be your commander. You just put it in. Is that the only one we got of him? Okay. Is he a mythic? No, I mean mythic or rare. Huh? Oh, we probably got more than one then. All right. Can't import normals because mesh default didn't have any. Okay. What the fuck? What? Wonder why that broke. Material. Rendering. Have a there it is. URP 17. We are probably on 17, but I'm going to make sure. $17.2. So weird that it broke that. It's not a big deal, but sucks. I don't get why. Uh, duh, duh, duh. Almost 3x3 color. Why did that break? I'm going to re-import the assets. Still broke. Maybe I just need to close this thing and reopen it. Oh, the pink. It's driving me crazy. I hate when this happens. Yeah, it's broken everywhere. Why would that be? Don't. So the shader's broke. Why? Gotta be because of better fog. Let's delete this and see if we get it back. Until I get it. Has to be a setting. Oh, I bet you if I do the pipeline conversion, it might bring me back to that. The dreaded pink, man. I don't miss that. All right, let's run the pipeline tool and see if that helps. Universal terrain lit. Why are you pink? Really haven't done much, so I may just pull it all away, bring it back. But I'm going to bring in fog first. I got to figure this out. It's going to bug me. Oh, I hate materials and shaders sometimes. Oh, this might be why. Something has changed. I think I deleted the render pipeline asset. There isn't one there. Let's go new scene. Yep. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. Let's go into the backup project and find it. Global settings. Stuff. Gonna be here somewhere. Is the stream still going? Let me check. Okay, good. Oh yeah, still at it. Shows like X's says could not connect, so I got worried. Let's see. Everything looks like it's still going. Alrighty, that's good. I had a little heart attack. Thought it. See, now it says offline. Everything good on your side? Okay. OBS is tricking me over here. I think I deleted my render thing. I need to make a new one, I guess. That's kind of annoying. Hopefully I get out of this. Settings, graphics. It's not what I want. Render pipeline asset. I was getting the packages switched up and then boom. There we go. Change the main result. There we go. Kind of annoyed I lost whatever I did have, but let's see if we're still good. Yeah, we're back. All right. That's what it was. All right. Oh, Unity. I don't miss that shit. It's probably my fault. All right. All right, now back to the code. So Mabler's has stat system, and that's what I was looking at. Because basically I want to extend their stat system. Okay, we're moving. It's kind of weird this is empty, but that's probably right. Actually, that is disabled. All right. All right, let's find the stats. Stamina stat, health stat, stamina properties. Oh yeah, it happens all the time. So I'm going to extend this. Where did that window go? At AT. Attack. All right. So I guess I need to create a new stat asset. Where would that be? Create ID stat. This is going to be AT. Okay. Probably need to lean into their systems more. This will be. What else is there? Kind of annoying that I got to rename it there. So we got defense, attack. So I'll just leverage those as my offensive and defensive. Key energy. This will be, let's call it energy. I don't know why, but I can never confidently spell the word energy. I always feel like I got it wrong. All right, so we have our stats. We're going to go back to our character, rename that player character. AT. Stat recovery. Defense. Offense or attack. Okay. It's good enough for now. We'll get more complicated with stats because I don't think I'll stick with that that simple of a stat system, but I could. Yeah, I'll just leave it B for now. We'll just work to be one-to-one feature parity for now. So now I need to know how to reference the stats in my characters. Control T is one of my favorite things. Easy way to find code. So what I want to do is I need to create a way, an interface for the player character class I have to interact with Mabler without directly coupling them. Refer to where to go. Player character wrapper class translates between systems. Hmm. I guess we'll just do it there. So I'm going to go back to agents, create a new window. Work through the plan below. Let's see what it do. Actually, kind of chilly. Use the damage reduction component. Thankfully, I'm not too deep into my logic, so most of this will just need a quick review. So far, it's only changed my scripts, which is what I want. Two classifier specifics arguments. Has been simplified to directly use the take damage method. Okay. What is reaction 2? Yeah, I don't want none of that. All right, let's see what it did. So we've referenced Mabler's animations. We've got our M animal, that's the character controller, the damageable, and the weapon manager. We've added our max ATB. Animal controller sleep Google's true. Main attack. Okay. So all player character changes. On damager. Do nothing. The character is mounting or dismounting. I love he's got commented out if statements. He's a human developer. Righty. Okay, so I think we got our class. It's a good start there. I'm going to keep all that. Access the stats of the So I'm going to try to avoid making any changes to Mabler as long as humanly possible. What's that? What is the default solution? Assembly C#. Let's just see what it does. So now I've got access in my script to Sweet. So see, it just built the solution and it's got errors. So now it's going to work through those errors. Okay. Should have. There we go. So the player character is way I can determine or change. That way I can tell which one is using, or which one's player, which one's an enemy, because they both implement iCombatant. All right, so that's fixed. Take damage, die. Main attack. So stats. Modify stats. I guess that's all I really need there. Current ATB. One thing I wish I'd get to do, stop doing, is adding these stupid comments like that. I don't need them. They're useless. And they're just shit I gotta clean up. I actually probably can tell it to stop that. But, you know, like, it's just dumb. Yep. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna try to add this in, see if we can get some reference to neighbor stats. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. Back to here. Oops. I could muddy the waters here up on the top level of the prefab. And there's not a lot of stuff in here yet, so I guess I'll do it for now. But I would like to just have like my components as its child. No, let's do that. So I'm going to create an empty and game component. It does feel like it should be on the top load though for there we go. Let's hit play and see what we do. First, are we debugging? Debugger enabled. Hatch and play. One cool motherfucker. All right. So we didn't crash out and we got all our stats. Fuck yes. Alrighty. Defense. The stats are dynamic and set in the inspector, right? So for me to reference them, I'm going to need to know that stat ID. So I'm going to have an enum or some list or something like that is actually hard coded. Unless. I really hate that he is using underscores. So delete this first parenthesis. You can see we got two overloaded methods. So I'm going to go by string name. No, I'm going to create an enum that has the IDs. So here's one of the cool things. When you're running here, debugger, locals. So I can have it reference the debugger stuff and the locals because I'm currently running, right? So I'm going to have it, actually, I'm just going to do this. I have no easy way to just get a list of them. Because they are dynamic. Let's just see if this works. Give me an enum based off the this probably ain't gonna work, but if not, I'll just do it by hand. Yep, it didn't do it. Oh well. That's why I didn't have the agent. I switched from agent to ask because I didn't want it actually going out and doing anything. What I will do is dump this guy into the immediate window and see what I can get. Select. Basically, I'm going to create a new dynamic object that has the data points that I need right here. So I can dump it. So let's go ahead and stop. because I'm crazy lazy. I could have done just looked at it one by one and typed this out, but I'm fucking lazy. And I figured over engineer it. Because I'm a cool guy. Any day now. God, I missed Unity development for real. So let's go back to the immediate window. There. Key value. Oh, I'm just going to type it out. I'm tired of trying to dynamically get it. All right. Put it up here for now. Enum. Stat. Combatant stats. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to stop it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Bring this over here. I'll do it by hand. Damn it. Stupid AI. Boy, I don't like that, does it? I'm so sassy. I really don't want stamina. Whenever, what you call it? Attack is 5. Defense is 6. How the hell did it know that? No way it knows. That's all wrong. Oh, I don't want to type it up by hand. I'll do it. Just being a crybaby. Hunger. Oh, that's nice. So actually in the inspector, I can see the stat and the numbers. That's much easier. So I want 1, 2. 2 is stamina. It sucks if I ever change the stats, I gotta come in and change the code. It's just the way it's gotta be. There's no way for me to, like, well, I could dynamically do it, but then it's just, I'll never know exactly what's going on. It's always gotta be in the debugger. And this is something that shouldn't change very often. So 1, 2, 11, 12, 5, 6. So that's all of them. So we have 3, 6 stats. AT energy. Oh, I haven't added energy over here yet. And that's 13. 1, 2, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13. Love it. All right, so now we have our enum. I'm going to create a place for enumerations. Let's see here. All right. So in my scripts, I'm going to create a folder called enum. They'll keep all my. I'm going to call it stats. Stats ref. Just feels right. Where Uh, Daddy bastard. I did that. Keep all. So now I'm going to use stats ref instead. Let's debug that because I don't think that's like I want it to. Date. It's that. Attention debug. So if you ever want to see the result of a chunk of code, you can use quick watch. So here it's going to say health. So this should work actually. This should return. I think it's 100 or something like that. I actually think it's 5,000. Yeah, 5,000. All right, so that works. All right, so let's go ahead and fix that because I don't need the numbers now. So I don't care about the IDs. I'm just going to go by name. As long as these are equal to the stats in the inspector, you're golden. Okay. I'm going to go drop Google. Everything looks good here. All right. So we've got our integration with Mablers. We got access to all the components that I need to get to. Attack, take damage. Now this is is alive. Is going to be checking that. Stat option. Add to the stat, set a new stat value, subtract, modify, add, or remove the stat max value. Reset the stat to the default. Cool. I will. So I need to do this guy. So that one's a stat ID. Tell me there's an overload. Yep, sweet. We're going to you. Hmm. This poses an interesting problem. I almost need a set health function because of the stat options here, I can't just take the value and apply it, because I would need to. I mean, I could make this the function and say, is it positive or is it negative? I could do that. For now, I'll do a ternary. So value dot greater than or equal to greater than 0. If it's 0, I just don't want to do anything. No, wait. Greater than or equal to 0, question mark. Set option. Add value. Else. Stat option. Decrease. Track value. And that should handle it. Not pretty. Return. I hate it. I hate it, but I think that'll work. Because now, if I set the health on the player character, it's going to intelligently... Shit. Oh. I can make this just a getter set. Well, I can make it a set and then do the logic and take damage. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. God, I hate these spam bots, dude. Luck. 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 Okay. I will. Yeah, I'm just going to make this. The feature field keyword is currently in preview. There we go. So this will handle it. I don't even really like having it here, but that's what it is. It is what it is. All right, so that should handle all that. And we'll test it out. So up here, we're going to do take damage. And make sure it all works. Make sure it all works. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody get together, try to love one another right now. So we're going to the source file failed operation is not supported. Points. Did I hit F11 or 10? 10. Weird. I didn't like that. So we're going to do this first, and then we're just going to set health to be that value from Mabler. Again, I don't even really want the health here at all. But it's cleaner than getting get stat value everywhere. I'll move forward with it, but I hate it. I hate it. You heard it here. I do not approve. I wonder what happened. So I was streaming for 2 hours, and then it crashed, and then it picked back up. So I got 3 broadcasts. Oh, I need to hardwire up. I forgot I'm on Wi-Fi. I mean, not like that would have fucking prevented it, I don't think, but, you know, whatever. Watch edit 17 hours ago. Everything seems to be working still. Except for X. X bombed out and did not recover. Check YouTube. Still live. Got 2 likes on YouTube already. Yeah, I don't know. I had a network blip or something. I do think everyone's going to get rid of all of these. I'm going to keep it in Mabler on the Mabler side. I don't want to be setting numbers here and setting numbers there. There's no reason to have it in 2 places. I'll hate it, but, you know. Hey, 30. Old 30. Dirt 30. All right. Bye-bye. Well, let's do health. I do think I'm going to go get me a snack real fast. Drop frames are 0. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm back. A quick, friendly, diabetic-friendly lunch. So I got Parm crisp, like basically looks like crackers made out of cheese, no carbs, and then salami and pepperoni to eat with them. A bowl full of strawberries, a few fruits that are kind of diabetic friendly. Trying to be good lately. I've been doing really good for the last week or so. Since I've gotten back from the East Coast, I've been on it. I've been on my game. Let's see what my blood sugar's at. Someone needs to slap me if they see me eating terrible foods. I need just someone to be there and just to slap me. Where are we at? This is a reminder to exercise and diet properly. Yep. So, I mean, I ate some bacon and eggs this morning, and that's been all I've ate today so far. And I think I was at like 120 or something. Where are we at now? I've been smashing monsters all morning. 121. Doing pretty good. I don't know. I just can't seem to get lower than that lately. Well, that's about, yeah. I'd like to get around the 100 area and just kind of be there, but working on it. Working on improving my lifestyle. Making changes and shits. So the cracker, size of the cracker, size of the piece of meat. So I'm just gonna take it, tear it, wrap it, a little cheese, pepperoni. All right. So we got enablers integrated with my player controller. We got the stats, we got the damage, we got the weapon, and the character controller. So I'm going to test out taking damage. Switch up to sugar-free A&W after this monster. At least I'm glad the monsters aren't spiking my blood sugar. There's no sugar, but there's 6 grams of carbs in a monster, which is low carb, but I just want to be no carb. How many carbs are in a bowl of strawberries? About 10 or 15 strawberries.
There are about 12 grams of carbs in 10 to 15 strawberries. Is there anything else I can help you with regarding nutrition?
No, that's it. So, what do I got? 8, 9 of them. Strawberries are a diabetic friendly thing, but again, you can't eat a mountain of them. These crisps have 1 gram, or there's 2 servings in the container, and it's 1 gram per container. So these are just like nothing. No carbs, no sugars. 22 grams of protein for this bag. I found these yesterday, and it's like going to be my substitution for chips or crackers. Or like the shit you put on a salad, the crunchy bits. What is that called? Like the bread pieces. Why am I drawing a blank on that? Whatever, but I'm gonna crunch them on salad to give me some crunch. So that's like that's a great substitute. They taste good. They're kind of cracker shaped. They're very tiny here. I can probably make these my own, or on my at home, and save some money. Parmesan, Asiago, Romano, and Provolone. I have like completely changed my habits since I've gotten back from the East Coast. I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. I don't know a lot of people, but I can quit stuff cold turkey. I can change on a dime when I want to. It's still, I don't know. There's some things I suck at, making changes at and stuff. And this one, I'm finally kind of sticking to my guns. I had a $75 day per diem on the East Coast, so I could have been eating healthy, but I wasn't. I was eating whatever I wanted to, whenever I wanted to, and it was not a good deal. It's not smart of me. When I go back at the end of September, I'm gonna keep this ball rolling. Okay, so our interface needs updating. Since we've added the Mabler stuff, I want to also have that work for the enemy. So what we're going to do here, and this is a really handy little feature, hit Control Dot. Never mind. Maybe it needs to be public for that. Typically, I can push these properties up into the interface. There's usually a pull up command here, but whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift select right here, or alt shift select and drag like that. Just copy that. Come over here, hit enter, and boom. Okay. I hate this keyboard. I bought a cheap keyboard on the road. is $18 for the keyboard and mouse, and it is garbage. Wireless though. I mean, it's fine. It's just my fingers aren't adjusted to the key locations yet. Get there, but I don't want to get there with this keyboard. I want to get my good keyboard back, or it broke it, so I got to get another one. So an interface is a way to define a interface or a set of properties, classes and functions and methods and stuff that is a common interface between multiple objects, that it can inherit that interface. And so basically you can have this contract or these things that are required by whatever is inheriting that interface. So right now the player character and the enemy inherit iCombat, which means they have to implement all of these different things here to work. And it keeps it to where I hate But basically I can have shared variables and functions that both have to implement, and that way again, it's nice and handy. And then I can, keep expanding it, add more stuff that implements iCombat when I need it. But really, I doubt I'm going to go beyond player character and enemy. Maybe like a boss. But enemy really covers boss too. So this iCombat, and probably as much as these two guys are going to implement it, that'll be about it. I do need to add I need to add ATB to the stats. So let me do that. Let me finish this first. Spent more time than I wanted pontificating earlier. And again, it was worth it though, making sure I really wanted to commit to Mabler. I did want to make this a Unity asset that had Mabler integration. I do want to keep the stats on the player character and work them to I could make this to where, but then if I'm just making Mabler an integration, the movement, and like I have to create my own player controller that would go with the asset. I don't want to make my own character controller just so I could list this on the asset store, but I could still list it, but you just got to own Mabler. If you want to buy the asset and use it, you got to own Mabler also. Do I want to do that? No, I don't. I don't. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Not for now. I'll think more on it, but I don't. I don't think I want to. Man, it'd be sweet though. So I could do a I integration. Interface that Mabler or Invector could implement. Then I just need to forward all my inputs. Though if man, I don't know. I'm not trying to. I'm gonna keep going forward. I can add that later, but it'll be harder than doing it now. Fuck, it'd be cool. It'd be my first asset that I listed on the store. Do I want to go that hard? Let's do this. Let's look at an integration. How they do an integration. Let's see if I can. That wasn't what I wanted. Do I not own this already? JSON.net. I love the way this actually works. It is very decoupled, every single component. Like here, those transform bars, I assume, are just basically ways to link to transforms and other prefabs and components without directly coupling them, which is sweet. Let's see how good this looks.
Welcome to the Malbers inventory version
Malbers. I've been saying it wrong this whole fucking time.
The latest changes within
I'm
the
bad with
upcoming
words,
update.
man. I can't say shit.
To
Malbers.
begin with, let's take a look at the inventory manager. You can access this by going to the Tools tab.
I want
Then Malbers Animations, Malbers Inventory.
to see it. So far, pretty sweet. Yeah, that looks fucking basic, though. Not a fan of how generic that looks. I can always spice that up, though. Do I keep it popping? Motherfucker, we ain't stopping. Got them motherfucking apples, selling them to this guy. Yeah, I need to not join the rap game. I mean, it's a clean ass UI, though. I mean, it's basic looking, but it's clean. Naked dude flying in his underwear. God, that is really basic, though. I was hoping for more bells and whistles. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, let's see. Supports containers. That's a good, nice little transition there.
it to a toggle. Just have an inventory item.
So 9 months ago, so release August 13th. Let's see what the change log is. Looting, 2 different types of looting, either spawn loot and circle by game object or spawn a loot bag if you choose the one. I don't see controller support. Oh, it's gonna suck if there's no controller support. Hmm. I'm gonna go to Discord and see if oh, I've never actually seen him before. That looks like a pain to keep maintained, the chin strap. That's why I don't do anything and I just let nature take the course. All right, let's get back to it. We'll think about inventory later. Because I probably want a very powerful inventory system, but I actually don't need it. Alright, that's done. Alright, so we got iCombatant and the enemy all updated. Project currently uses the compatibility mode where RenderGraph API is disabled. Support for this mode will be removed in future Unity versions. Migrate existing scriptable render passes to the new RenderGraph API. After the migration, what is the one that's migrated? I wonder if this is going to break if I do it. So project setting graphics, RenderGraph. So I want to try to keep the warnings cleaned up. RenderGraph. Depth bias is probably going to be 0, but I'll fix that later. God, I miss Unity. I miss game dev in general. So fun. Project settings, graphics, render graph. Line render component should be on a rect transform position at 000. Do not use in child objects for best results. Create separate rect transforms as children of the canvas position at 00 for a line render and do not move. Should be on a rect transform positioned at 000. Do not use in child objects for best results. Create separate rect transforms. Oh, shit. So I think I need to copy this guy up to here. New animation? Fuck. Text to motion. Oh, that's fucking cool. That's really cool. I'm not going to do it right now, but right now, material, sprite, sound, and texture. Passcode. World space. You can do this by resetting right transform. That's pretty cool. Let's put it here. that for now. What do I want to do next? So we got, well, we need to move ATB into the stats and the inspector. We need to do that. We need to do some more tests. Let's do that. We're going to call this guy ATB. Howdy over there in Kickland. I think I see someone new.
That's what I did.
What? Oh, hell yeah.
I was going 60.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, I'm so scared I made it on. Getting off was easy. I felt super confident. So I think I'll be able to take my test next week.
Yeah. Proud of you. Love you. Oh shit, was my mic muted? Let's unmute it now. Well, we got one learning to drive right now. Stressful. Left-hand side of an assignment must be a variable property of Dexter. Why? Why? So I almost want these to exist in the interface. They're public. Should work. Cool interfaces. Always fun. I hate it, but whatever. I could do. It gets too hairy. I'll do that. I'll create a base class that shares some common functionality. Actually, what just happened? Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Whatever. Trying to get fancy. So we're getting our ATB, we're modifying our ATB. Hoping the add value will not exceed the max value. So let's do this. Want that to be 100 by the men. How do I set the min value? Restore min, restore value. Do, do, do. Stats kit. It's weird they don't have a stat option for men, setting the min. But whatever. I love AI. It's so crazy how it picks up that shit so fast. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What else is there? I guess these are going to be the initial min values. No, that don't make no sense. Whatever. Whatever. ATB, energy, defense, stat recovery, AT. We're missing AT. We'll start with 100 and we'll play with the numbers later. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, so I don't want this code in multiple places. Son of a bitch. There, delete base combatant. Yeah, what's up? Thank you, thank you. You're the king amongst men. I think this is probably the right answer. But so far, all this stuff has been let's see if I can get this working. If not, I'll go back. Actually, I think I really like this. This is going to be way cleaner because I was getting code duplication across there, right? I had two sets of modify stats, all that and all it. They're both doing the same thing across the board. Um, allows me to override it if I want, but allows me to also keep the implementation. Okay, let's see here. So now our player character is down to this. Man, I could even move this shit down lower, but I'll keep it here. Really, it all can be shared. So let's make it work. And then the player character and the enemy can implement an override to do something different or ignore the base class methods. This is, again, these are all truly shared right now. Combatant. Alrighty, so I like putting this on all my debug logs. So when you click on the log in the console and the inspector, it'll highlight the object that generated the log in the inspector, which is super handy. So I don't need dedicated wording on my login. Walmart just sending me too many notifications, homie. So as of this moment, this is the player character class, and the enemy is going to be the same. Control T, and then you can search for a class real fast. All this can go. All right, so that's our 2 classes. Base combatant now handles all the things. I can override these functions if I need to. Make this virtual as well. So if I did abstract, I couldn't include a method body, and the inheritor class has to actually do the implementation. But virtual allows me to have an implementation in the base class, and then if I want above it, I can override it and ignore the base class logic and do something completely different, or do something different and still do the base class logic. And again, everything so far is really truly shared. So this is cool. Taking damage. Go ahead and do a debug log on this. This one's going to fire off pretty commonly, so I don't want to. 0 references. Oh, I need to push this up into the interface. Go. Sweet as fuck, dude. And we're going to make this one virtual too. So if I want, I can override the awake. Doubt it will need to, because that's pretty standard logic. Okay, so now it really is, until I have something that is different, I don't need to, you know, implement any logic at this level yet, because the base combatant is going to cover all the common functionality as well as the Malber's integration. So nice and clean. I like it, I like it. Rendering debug. Let's take out all the usings till I need them. All right, we have a very clean integration with Malber's so far, but let's do some testing on it. Let's do take damage 100. Take damage negative. Just put a breakpoint here. And now we're going to run it. No errors. Oh, we got errors. Has no accessible extension. Get stat value. That get stat res. value. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna copy that. Max ATB. Stat max. We'll do that. We're going to generate this method. Now we're going to implement it in the base class. Virtual. Well, there you go. Return. Go. Very clean, very awesome. Don't need value on these. It's just extra typing I gotta do. Fuck all that. If you know what I mean, if you know what I mean. Alrighty. Error free, error free. Please be. Cool. All right. We can test it. There are no enemies here. Sprint plus run, vertical wall run. That's gonna be cool. But I don't care about that right now. What I do want is an enemy. So let's do that. Rider, cowboy, base rider. Oh, fuck yes. It's even got sight already. Alrighty. So we're going to add enemy to it. Player character. So now we should hit our breakpoint and hopefully nothing crashes. $200. Oh, yeah, 100 plus. Yeah, okay. And then if we step over that, now we should be back to 100. And there's so many of those. If it's greater than... Is immune and active. Why is it? Everything working? I don't know if anyone can see me. Camera's flashing yellow. I don't know what that was. How did we get... This is to avoid the stat to be modified while the coroutine is still running. So let's go up the call stack and see how we got here. I'm very confused. Oh, no. Yes, I am. That's interesting. Why would it be the first time? Oh, let's do this. It must be. Oh, they're probably I keep seeing like my camera flash and stuff. Like it gets me worried. Let's see here. There it is, 5,000. Initialize stat. People now. Oh, I just got hit by a naked dude. Debug, disable breakpoints. Hey. Hey now. Leave me alone. Put some pants on. Oh, damn. Did I die? I can't attack for some reason. Hold on a sec. Oh, there's got to be a way to do that. Not that I care too much at this moment. Data, state, ground, input, forces, mode, data. Whatever. Whatever. On health change, normalize, single event, player animal death. All right, so it looks like the inspector values are going to be the maxes, even after I set them in at max. which is fine, whatever. Oh, there we go. So 200, 100, 100. So I'm glad I leaned into the stats in the Malbers asset because it's really dynamic and it's kind of driven by the inspector. I don't need to set the min and maxes in the code, so I'm going to get rid of that logic because it don't make sense now. Actually, just going to get rid of it completely. And say, I'll leave it here even though I'm not using it now, just in case I need it in the future. No, I'm taking it out. I want to keep things clean. So you go, baby. Modify set min maxes. All right, even cleaner. All right, we got eye combatant down to that. We have everything in the All right, so now we got our integration with Malber's character controller, stats, health, and our character. It's only 3 o'clock. All right, let me think. Next up, we're gonna do wants to chat while I'm streaming. I can join a voice channel. So if we go back to our project plan, we have integrated nicely with combat agility. Max agility, that's bullshit. No such thing. Haste effect fill rate. Bars progress. The rate of increase is determined by the combatant's agility stat, which ensures that faster characters are able to act more quickly than the slower counterparts. I think AT is really covering that for me. Although I like agility better. All right, so this action is essential to effectively pause the character's real-time movement while the player makes a menu selection, replicating the original game's behavior. All right, so I want to work on the battle manager. So Control T, battle manager. Action selection or enemy turn. On state enter. Counter trigger. Okay. So for the encounter trigger, I gotta stand up and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. BRB. And back. All right. Let me think here. What do I want to do next? I might take a break here soon. Battle of Nent. So we got an enemy, we got our player character, they're integrated and they're talking. You got a golden me. Do, 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 do. All right, so we have those integrations. We can now he's a interesting looking boy. Should be a lot of neat creatures in here. Gorosaurus. That's pretty damn nice. Very cool. So if I search for prefabs, A lot of creepy crawlies. I don't know if I'll use any of these, but they're good for testing. There's a lot of them. Ultimately, I need to just take them out until I need them. But I will let it stay for now. Retro aesthetics. Okay, yeah, actually, I'm going to install autosave before I really hurt myself. Every time you hit play mode. So that's fine and dandy, but I think I use both of these, honestly, for saving. Hopefully they still work. All right, we have autosave. Yay. That dude needs to put some clothes on. All right, what am I thinking? I need to. I need to get in source control. Is what I need to do. I need to get us to source control first and foremost. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. Oh, what do I want to do next? What do I want to do next? I need to take a break, I think. Need too many monsters. Need to buy that, or so I need to keep on top of the free assets again. I've been slacking. You got a friend in me. Oh, what I'm gonna do? Yeah, been going all day. Is there? I don't really like those. Same problem with this asset as the last reviewer many months ago. The developer never heard from them. If all you want are beautiful, easy to use models for your game, stay away from this publisher. He overcomplicated everything. A 20-page documentation just to use 3 models. If you want plug and play, do not purchase anything from this guy. The materials also have a lot of issues in URP, it seems. You can see the inside of the mouth, over the tongue or face, and the character, and yes, I use the included converter tool. A package like this should be as versatile as possible. Looks like a weird spider or something tangled. This is referring to this. Looks like everyone's having a little trouble with this guy's stuff. Excellent quality stylized dragon. It's a chunker. The animations you'd expect from a dragon. Straight fire. They're not that good looking. It's not like the look I'd want from a dragon. $20 for a ferret. I mean, I like his style, and I'm sure people just weren't following the instructions, but I don't think I like it enough to use it. All right. All right. What am I going to do next? Increase the position and rotation values for each speed set. Sick boys, got to check on the old pizzle here. Nice. 130. My blood sugar didn't spike off of that snack from earlier. Or if it did, it's came back down already. Carbs bad, sugar bad. All right, let's save this scene. Retroaesthetics.com. Retro Skybox. What the hell do I have this in here? I'm going to keep my shit clean. No extra assets. just enablers until I need them ready. And we'll get rid of you. Scene template assets. I don't think I need that at all. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. All right, we are nice and clean. It is a constant battle to make sure I don't fucking dirty up the waters with unneeded assets. I got everything I need here. What's this ball? I don't know what that is, but oh well. Battle manager. Battle manager. Oh yeah, I remember what I was looking for. To do many. Scene notes, integration for codecs. That's cool. Objects, object notes, editor notes, to-dos. Something that I can jot stuff down in project and keep kind of in the back of my head. It's last updated in 2020. More. Analyze your scripts, find keywords and code comments, and never forget your code task. Whenever you complete project. Pushes too high poly codecs. That's cool, but I don't want to use codecs. I want something to just stay in Unity. Provide a powerful bridge between game development and project manager by embedding task tracking and documentation directly into the Unity scene. I would typically give it 4 stars because there's room. However, since the developer has gone above and beyond his Call of Duty by fully investigating at the time of writing an additional feature that will give it the capability of linking game objects within the scene, you'll give it the ability to automatically update its position coordinates to mirror the game object's relocation during your development. That attempt alone earned the extra 5 stars. All right, let's get it checked in. Let's do this because I don't want to have to deal with it. Left folder for compare. Doo-doo-doo. You soon to be X. All right. Add local new repository. The unlicensed. So with Git, you need to use LFS because, again, video games have large files. So LFS is a mandatory thing. And what I do is I typically check in the Git attributes first. Actually, let me do that first. So delete all that. Here we go. All right, so we are in. Let's see, we got our 2 initial commits. So now let's Control A. Well, here in a few minutes, we'll be good to go. And once we're in source control, I'll get a little more aggressive and move a little faster. Waiting on my second wind to get to me. Third, fourth wind. New conversation. Mm. Detective, not Steve. Thousand files. That's crazy. Crazy, but I'm gonna do it. So. That's what I thought. Um, inventory using. Interesting. Really haven't used ChatGPT 5 at all. Or combatant. One per room / angle. Triggers the switch. No, I don't care about that. I async additive loads for rooms. Project skeleton. Data authoring, scriptable objects you'll need. Tag pattern, encounter table, room definition, quest def, puzzle def, item def, tuning recipe, learn curve. Okay, it's all good stuff. I do like iActor better than that, so let's go ahead and just kick it off. My other research was based off of this, which didn't have Malbers, and then I said, hey, integrate Malbers, so I got kind of a not so good. Here's 2.5 Flash, and now I'm doing a 2.5 Pro deep research, and then I will get that into Codex. While I missed the alliteration spell for all the new Superior, and if Square ever remakes the first game, they should base the spells on the sequel. Can't win. I can't win with people just like spending my money. All of it. Must be nice. Well, you know, every now and then I have a special friend. Oh, let's log into Codex. You know, I love it. So we're getting source control set up, we're getting project management set up, and we're going to integrate next. we have that. Now we're going to get our ports. So here's Flash. Pro is still working. That's awesome. I'm probably going to go with the Pro plan this time. Flash is just too short. Pardon me. I apologize. Alrighty. We'll look at the Flash one. Yeah, see how short it is? I bet you this one's going to be much, much better. I'm gonna get you mod. Oh man, fucking modding support, baby. Parasite Eve with modding support. That's hot. Hot shit. I get something done so it looks more like, you know, a real project. First, check in. Oh, you got a friend in me. Global event system implementation. To further enforce decoupling, a global event system will be implemented using scriptable objects. The system will consist of two main components: a game event, scriptable object, and game event listener mono behavior. For broadcast subscribe model of communication. I love it. Love it. decouple the raw input from the character controller and other systems. A custom input adapter script will be created. The script will be the sole listener for player input component events. It will then translate those raw input events into logical commands, either by directly calling onto Mabel's animator, or passing a vector 2 for movement, or raising game events for UI. Player avatar, character camera. Custom combat stance. This stance will be programmed via a game event when a battle begins. Cautious walk, combat job.
Project Plan. Reconstructing a Parasite Eve-inspired RPG in Unity. Section 1. Core Architectural Foundation, a data-driven approach. This foundational section establishes the project's architectural backbone. The proposed architecture mandates a heavily data-driven and event-based approach to ensure the resulting systems are scalable, maintainable, and conducive to rapid iteration. This philosophy is paramount for a role-playing game, RPG, of this complexity, as it decouples gameplay systems, empowers designers, and mitigates the risks of creating monolithic, unmanageable codebases. This design philosophy will inform the structure and implementation of every subsequent system detailed in this plan. 1.1. The Scriptable Object Architecture Pattern, SOAP. The core design principle for this project will be the Scriptable Objects Architecture Pattern, SOAP. Point 1. This modern Unity architecture leverages the power of scriptable objects to create a highly decoupled and maintainable game structure, moving away from fragile and hard-to-test patterns like singletons or direct component references. Point 2. For a project aiming to replicate the intricate, data-heavy systems of Parasite Eve, this approach is not merely a recommendation, but a foundational requirement. The primary advantage of SOAP is its ability to facilitate communication between different game systems without creating hard dependencies.
I ain't even gotta talk,
For example, the player's health system
just
should not
listen to
need a
this
direct
shit.
reference to the UI's health bar script.
Actually, hold on.
Instead, both systems...
You guys don't want to hear that. I need to put on my headset, I guess. That's probably echoey. Yeah, it probably is. Probably is. Alright, one sec. I will be right back. I just run that. Black. The darkest color. So I'm just forgetful. I'll be right back.
Will reference a shared scriptable object asset, a float variable, that represents the player's current health point 2. When the player takes damage, its health script modifies the value within this asset. The UI, observing this change, updates the health bar accordingly. This creates a clear, visible data flow within the Unity editor and makes individual systems testable in Isolation Point 1. This project will establish scriptable objects as its lingua franca, a universal language for all game data and events. Every piece of configurable data, from the base stats of a weapon to the properties of a parasite energy ability, and from the parameters of an enemy's AI to the conditions for a combat event, will be defined as a scriptable object asset. The original Parasite Eve is a game fundamentally defined by its data: weapon attack values, range statistics, armor properties, parasite energy (PE) costs, and enemy weaknesses point 3. By mirroring this data-centric design in the architecture, a powerful and flexible development workflow is created. Designers will be empowered to create, balance, and modify vast amounts of game content, new weapons, abilities, items, and enemies directly within the Unity Inspector by creating and linking these scriptable object assets, drastically reducing the need for new code and accelerating the prototyping and iteration cycle. This mirrors the modularity seen in the Malber's assets themselves, which use scriptable objects for concepts like ammunition types point 6, 1.2, defining core data structures, the blueprint. Before implementing any gameplay logic, the project will begin by defining a comprehensive set of core data structures as scriptable object assets. This blueprint phase is critical for establishing a consistent and clear data dictionary that will be used throughout development. It codifies the project's data-driven philosophy into a set of concrete, reusable asset types. The following scriptable object types will be created. Weapon data will store all static properties of a weapon, including base attack power, effective range, rate of fire, magazine capacity, and a list of inherent special properties, which will reference other scriptable objects, such as ability data. It will also contain references to the weapon's visual prefab and parameters for the targeting dome effect. Armor data will define the properties of armor, such as physical defense, PE defense, the number of item attachment slots available, and any inherent special properties. Item data, building upon the structure provided by the Malber's Inventory Add-on 7, this will define all consumable items, tools, and key items. It will specify the item's type, its effects, e.g., a reference to a heal effect or cure status effect scriptable object, its stackability, and its inventory icon. Parasite energy data will encapsulate a single PE ability. This includes its PE cost, targeting type, e.g., self, single target, area of effect, the logic for its effect, damage, healing, buffs/debuffs, and references to its associated visual, VFX, and sound, SFX effect assets. Character stats data will serve as a template for the base statistics of any character, player, or enemy. This includes maximum health points.
Oh, I hope this wasn't. That was a crash. It just died on us. Let me check to make sure I'm still streaming. Okay. Looks like everything's still working. Hey, Gemini, what is going on? All right, so if we look at the project dashboard at Gemini features, let me get this out of my way. And duration. Core systems. Parasite Eve system. Reconstructing a Parasite Eve. Write an email. back. Oh boy. You gotta go to me. Alrighty. Sorry, writing an email for my future sake. Parasite Eve. What is this?
Between predatory monetization, ever-increasing prices, and ever-decreasing creativity, that world that was once dominated by innovation and imagination can feel like it's slipping away. We've swapped out memorable experiences for hyper-engagement, and for an old dog like me, you can sometimes look around and barely recognise the hobby you fell in love with. This depressing landscape means it's all the more surprising that amidst the endless live service failures and copycat trend chasing, a deeply unfashionable relic of the 1990s has come roaring back into popularity. The survival horror genre is currently experiencing a monstrous revival after almost 2 decades in the wilderness, and is arguably in a golden age, dominating headlines, awash with critical acclaim and drawing in millions for its creators. What makes this all the more impressive is that this revival is happening in both the world of independent and AAA development, and for every smaller sleeper hit like Signalis, Tormented Souls or Darkwood, there's a big budget companion in Resident Evil 2, the Callisto Protocol or Dead Space. We clearly can't get enough of exploring dark hallways and managing inventories, so it should come as no surprise that every single publisher with a once great survival horror IP is looking to get back into the action. In the past 12 months, we've seen the announcement of a Silent Hill 2 remake, trailers for an all-new Alan Wake game, the release of another Resident Evil remake, and even the return of Alone in the Dark. Given the industry's current obsession with high-quality remakes, these modern horror resurrections are a clear union of everything that's currently fashionable, creating a rare mixture that manages to satisfy developer, publisher, and consumer in one fell swoop. It's this clear path to success that makes those series that haven't returned all the more curious, as studios that are usually happy to chase modern trends seem content to leave money on the table and fans confused by the silence. Today we're going to explore one of the iconic sleeping giants of this genre, a franchise that on the surface looks like the perfect candidate for a modern revival, but upon closer inspection masks some of the most bizarre franchise building the video game industry has ever seen. It's a mash of mediums, genres and narratives, equal parts cinematic blockbuster, spine-tingling horror and experimental RPG, a true artifact of a world before live services and monetization, a symbol of a time when video games were authentic, imaginative, and above all else, strange. This is a lengthy Parasite Eve retrospective, and it's time to awaken from our uneasy dreams.
All right.
As we're going to discover in this video, Parasite Eve isn't exactly a traditional franchise, and so it should come as no surprise that our twisted journey begins not with the release of a video game, but with the publication of a novel. In 1995, a young author called Hideaki Senna
Alrighty. Let's get back to the commit. First checking of game files. That's right. We're committing. You ain't committing, you ain't shitting. Or schmitting. Something. All right, we are pushing up our first check-in right now, boys and girls. Oh crap! Count response list should increase its restore size. What do I got going on here? I know what I need to do, but just in case I went ahead and pinged AI. Shoe settings, storage. Yeah. Packages, pages, session billing, organization. So I'm going to go to settings, billings, and plans. Current metered usage, gross meter usage. Next payment, GitHub free, Copilot. Actions, GitHub. Includes usage limits reset in 2 days. What? An extra data pack adds both storage. Where the hell is it? Package storage, no. Oh, shit. Let's try that again. One more again. I think I've got it fixed. Seems like it's pushing. I really hope it is. We're going to keep an eye on that. And we will get going again. You watch chat. Chat, what's up, chat? Chatter. I need to. Probably should use a different account. So speakers had def. Microphone. Headphones. Speakers had def. Ignition. Simple but powerful. Move the 6. On setup to get you survey, you can test the initial setup of the report tool. Issue a post message and following form. That's pretty sweet. I think we're fully checked in now. Look at that, look at that. Sweet as fuck. Sweet as fuck. All right, we have code, or we are in source control. Now I want to, what do I want to do? I want to get going. Get repo, game, SS Project Eve. All right, so we're going to open up Unity Hub. We're going to add a new project. Okay. Shit, it's so good. Tell you what. Operations, delete channel. All right, we got our project plan and we're going to start Now what I'm going to do is have Gemini boil this review down a little bit more. Let's clean up some tabs here. I think I'm going to get scene notes. It's going to be amazing, right? It's going to be amazing. It is, it is, it is. You got a friend in me. All right, so we got some space here. I'm going to repost that I'm up here living my best life. Bu- 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 I don't understand it, but I don't care. I still got that up on my stream? I do not. Shit, quite yet. So we're gonna take the. Where am I going? My ADHD is really kicking in. Let's go back to Gemini. I love that it's got just I can just dump a damn novel into the prompt. So Gemini wins on that aspect almost every time. I just like Gemini better than everybody else so far. Get a little cleaner list. I'm going to eventually create a Python script to dump or bulk upload all these into Codex, but for now, I'll just create a bullet list. So we're going to, now that I've got everything going again, let's character stats data. Well, leverage. So basically, I've got it. I gave it the project plan. I read through it. I don't like that it's going to create new scriptable objects when we can use Malware's scriptable objects probably. To extend and define armor data, use scriptable T or create a similar list-based armor. No. How does Malware's do items? Let me go back. Before I get really cracking, I want to know. So, Apple item. The items use scriptable of the data for each. Numbers, new item. All right, I gotta go ahead and get this. Let's see. You got a friend in me. Spawner, inventory sets, item actions, notification system, inventory display, collect and store, save and load. Go with it. I'm gonna go with it. You got a friend in me. Gotta keep my eye on chat, even though no one's there. Really? Look at that.
Welcome to the Inventory version 2 setup guide. I'm your host, Cruxus, and today I'm going to show you how you can set up the inventory asset in your own custom scene, like I have here. So I've started by dragging in the Steve Inventory prefab into the scene from the prefabs folder as shown on screen now. All we've set up in the scene so far is just simply a virtual camera and some terrain and foliage to make it look nice. Everything else is just like a blank scene.
Selector. This will run all the steps.
On the Steve Inventory prefab, we have an Inventory Master component, which has a Setup Wizard tab. This will allow us to set up the scene easily and quickly. Also make sure that the player character has a transform hook which is registered to the player transform var as shown here.
Player. Steven.
Also ensure the character has a Malbers tag called player. We are now going to run each step individually and take a look through. In step 1, we can turn off and on different modules depending on what you require. In step 2, this sets up and finds all the button transform vars that are needed for the inventory to work. Step 3 will set up all the other references that are required. Step 4 will find and register all the items that you've made and are in your project. Step 5 will set up the prefabs and spawn them into your scene. Step 6 will spawn some dummy items to test with. For step 7, this requires you to have a canvas in your scene. If you haven't created one, please follow along and then assign it. Here on the canvas I'm changing the scale mode to be relevant to my screen. Size. Yours may differ depending on your own screen size. Finally, here we are setting the canvas to step 7. For step 8, this automatically sets up the inputs. If you are using the old input system, you can set up the inputs as I've done manually here. If you are using the new input system, assign your input action reference and choose the correct map name of where you want the inputs to be created.
Is there a new one? Inventory. Hmm. So if I look at
So now what we are going to do is run the setup wizard step by step so you can see it in action. If you are using the old input system, skip step 8. The console will show progress of what's happening at each step. If we check the buttons in the other tabs after running the steps, we can see that they have all now got the correct references. Here we are registering the items which is needed for save/loading. If the items are already registered, they will be skipped. Only new ones will be added. This is good for users who may have hundreds of items and don't want to add each one manually. The output of the register will appear in the console, which will show any new registrations and any items that were skipped. Here I am spawning the necessary prefabs into the scene. The editor may lag a little as it does this. This is normal. The console will show the output of this. Here I am just spawning in some dummy items to test with. Skip this step if you want to create your own, but I would recommend using the dummy items to start with until you get used to creating your own items. Here they have spawned under the floor, so I'm just moving them a little up and away from us. Back to the setup wizard, I am now setting up the interact UI, which shows us an interaction symbol when going near an item to pick up. So even though I'm using the old input system in this demo, here is an example of setting up the new input system. You need to have an input link component. You need to match the names and input asset reference to the input link. So now we press the button in step 8 to set them up.
delete.
The console will show the output. Here I will show you what they should look like when set up correctly. Please watch and follow along. Sometimes when setting up a new input there is a Unity bug that causes the input reference to appear blank, and here you can see on the console when set to none, you get an object reference error. Here's a way to get around that. Start by going to Edit and then Project Settings. Then delete the inputs it's created for you by pressing the Delete key on your keyboard. Leave the project settings window open and maybe move it to a different screen if you have one. Once you've done all of that, then perform step 8 again and the input will work and you can check the inputs again. Now we are ready to test the inventory. Let's press play and go into the scene. So now we are just going to collect some items and make sure they appear in the inventory and we can use them.
Looking far.
And that's it. That is the setup tutorial for the Malbers in.
We're close. Oh, auto save. Saving. Just a vibe of coding. That. I don't know what the autosave is, but we'll find out. Select modules. Choose modules. Got them. Do I? All right. Warning. Editor open soon. Use editor. I recreated unassigned 2 damage. Inventory master. Okay. Where we at? Step what? What? Canvas. There's 2. Because I hit that twice. Shut up. Alright. If this works the first time, I will be very, 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 very impressed. That works like a charm. fuck is this? Holy fuck, I'm an idiot. Hmm. What am I gonna do? Exchange started callbacks.
Finally, here we are setting the canvas to step 7. For step 8, this automatically sets up the inputs. If you are using the old input system, you can set up the inputs as I've done manually here. If you are using the new input system, assign your input action reference and choose the correct map name of where you want the inputs to be created. Up all the other references that are required. Step 4 will find and register all fast with canvas. I'm changing the scale screen automatically sets up the action.
Oh, what the fuck?
Set in your own custom scene, like I have. I'm your host, Cruxus, and today I'm going to show you. Welcome to the Inventory version 2 setup guide. I'm your host, Cruxus, and today I'm going to show you how you can set up the inventory asset in your own custom scene, like I have here. So I've started by dragging in the Steve Inventory prefab into the scene from the prefabs folder as shown on screen now.
That sucks. All right, I think I want to take a break. It's been too long. I need my brain to rest. Oh, there you go. Hey, what's up? Hey, I'm trying to add an inventory and fucking shit, it's not working. My brain is glue at the moment. Or putty or something. Ugh. Oh, I mean, I can, that's, just no crazy stories of, man. I was like, I bit off. I shouldn't even be worried about inventory right now, but I wanted to go ahead and integrate it. And oh, bitch. I'll probably create a new scene and try again. I am in source control. I'm in Git. I'm in, so I can undo everything I did prior to the inventory work. So I'm probably gonna just undo and try again. But I think I am gonna take a break. What is it, like 9 hours now? Holy crap. Meow. Well, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Then I'll come back and go hard at it. Yeah, I'd say I have to show you like the base class abstraction I did for the characters and enemies. It's pretty slick. But yeah, I'll talk to you later, man. Cause I'm gonna take a break. I will talk to you later. Enjoy dinner. I'll be back on in a bit.